What is up, folks? Welcome back to another live stream repair. Oh boy, do we have a lot. Let's see, the first one we're going to take a look at here is from Jason. They've got the blinkies. Let's find their info and shoot them a quick message so they can watch us succeed or suffer. Oh, let's see. Did I not let them know it was even here? I am so sorry, Mr. Jason. Oh. I did let them know. Okay. All right. They have been messaged. We've got Cassie after that. Let's go ahead and shoot them a message too so they can, they've got plenty of time to join in here. Where's my mouse? I can't find Cassie's info. This is annoying. Oh, who the heck is Cassie? Oh, because it's not Cassie. No wonder I can't find Cassie. It's Carrie. Let's see. There we go. Now I can find them. Yes, it all makes sense now. All right. So, okay. One more thing. Cheers, folks. Okay. This guy is taking their sweet time. We call that here an eternal boot kind of situation. let's get the bottom off so we can see that pretty fancy debug port on the bottom there. We're gonna get our fancy pants USB dock on here. And here's our Mac. Let me do not disturb myself so people don't dox themselves texting me and the notifications showing up on my Mac while we stream my screen. Hardy har. Okay. Let me make sure my IP hasn't changed either. It loves to change itself, and I love to not give it a static. Yes. All right. Look away. Okay, you can look now. And let's plug this into power. Let's try a Gasterpone. It's talking. We're gonna reset it, and we're gonna attempt an iDevice restore. How many bottle caps can you accumulate before one falls off? That's, I think, my 4th subwoofer that's full of bottle caps. I think it'll hold about 50 to 75 bottle caps, it looks about, before they start falling off. Also, welcome back, Mike. It looks like it's taking. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. We are off to one heck of a great start here. Assuming there aren't any other issues. I mean, the majority of the time I run into problems restoring these, it's up to this point, and we have gotten past that, so I'm feeling great about that one. Here's what we're gonna do. Can I hide this? And I'm gonna put my laptop down into the side here so that we can get to work on the next HomePod, because we have got a lot here that need to get fixed. And I think sitting and staring at our computer screen for 20 minutes when we can knock a HomePod out in that time is... Well, here we go. Let me go grab Carrie's. I got a new chalk marker, and I just have to say, the white on the black tape, it pops so beautifully. I love it. Okay, we are borrowing my power cable. I didn't think that through, but I've got plenty more. Alright, we've got no lights, no power, and I don't know how much power it's drawing because I'm using that power cable for another HomePod. So, let's dive into it. Jason! Before we get started, I do want to point out a teeny tiny little crack on the top here. I was actually just about to start prying up right there before I noticed it, so I'm gonna start somewhere else. I don't want to make that any worse. Why should I or should I not add the USB port to my HomePod? Well, I mean, most people have been getting by just fine without it. And if you are perfectly happy with your HomePod the way it is, not much sense getting one. But as you can see here, if you pick yourself up one of my USB adapters, or I've also got the files up on GitHub if you want to make one for yourself, you're more than welcome to. But those USB adapters, they'll obviously let you, like you see us here, attempt a software restore on a HomePod that's misbehaving, that has suspected software issues. Similar to how, like, if your phone or laptop starts acting up and you just opt to factory reset and reinstall the operating system by fully reloading it from an image and not just using the built-in reset, it can resolve many of the HomePods with blinking volume buttons or issues not being able to boot up all the way. And you've got that hidden USB AirPlay, as we call it. It's not really, but it's, you know, it's doing all of that over the USB cable. With a Mac, you can plug this in via USB, and if it's a working HomePod, it shows up as a local sound output. It shows up as any other AirPlay 2 speaker, but it's all done over that USB cable. And the Mac appears to make some sort of like virtual Ethernet adapter to pipe the AirPlay data over that USB connection to the HomePod, completely bypassing any Wi-Fi or wireless stuff. It was quite handy when I was staying at a hotel just a few days ago, and I brought one of my HomePods with me. I didn't want to set it to allow access from everyone everywhere, even with a password, because I don't want somebody trying. I don't want someone seeing it. But what I was able to do was simply plug its USB cable into my Mac, and I was able to use my HomePod with my MacBook while we were in our hotel room. No Wi-Fi. I tethered my MacBook to my iPhone, so I had internet. How's our USB restore? We're about 60% of the way through the USB restore on Jason's HomePod. Jason also opted for hardware maintenance, whether it works or not. So we'll let it finish, and then if it boots right up, then we'll take it apart and knock out that maintenance, which involves new DC filters on the amplifier board, since they are made of ceramic capacitors that all naturally decay over time. Whether they're being used or not, they will go bad, and they will need routinely replaced in order to keep the audio signal nice and clean and the HomePod from death farting. And then we'll take a look at the other side of the amplifier board and see what date code the Schottky diode has. Much like Carrie's HomePod here, what's likely inside waiting for us is a shorted Schottky diode keeping Carrie's HomePod from turning on. We're going to replace that same diode in Jason's HomePod. And vice versa, we're going to be replacing those same filters in Carrie's HomePod and any other HomePod here today that's paying to get cracked open. I believe Actually, Jason's HomePod is the only one in the lineup today that's a bricked HomePod. Everything else is no power, except for DC 154. That one's got sound issues. And yeah, I am not kidding. There are actually like another dozen or so HomePods out in my living room, and another 7 that showed up today that are out on my porch right now. I literally do not have room in my house for all these HomePods right now. It's insane. It's a good problem to have from a business perspective, but from a perspective of someone like that I started fixing these purely out of just wanting to be able to fix anything that went wrong with my own. I never had any idea of, you know, offering such a successful repair service for these things and being so busy years into it still. But here we are. And it's just kind of sad and concerning to see so many still showing up consistently. And there's no recall or anything being done about it. Like, I do love and enjoy working on these. Do not get me wrong about that. But when it's when there are so many, you do get a little concerned. My heat gun said, please, no more. Just bury me already. Done. Restore finished. Jason fixed. Here, I'll show you guys the screen. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. I'll show you guys in a minute. Oh, I've been racking my brain as to why my typical average is a very manageable, like 2 to 5 a day. I generally don't get more than that showing up a day. If I do, it's the one-off like 7 or 8 or maybe even 9 or 10. But then a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, on a Monday, I had 14 show up. And then I had another 10 show up the day after that. And then this last Monday, another 14. And then this Monday, another 14. Plus another 7 to 10 that have shown up the day after. It is insane. I have 2 theories. One, it's the holiday season and people are getting their bonuses and stuff. They want to spend a little bit of money on themselves and get their stuff fixed. And or a combination with 2 being as Apple pushes software updates out, the software updates put the particular diode that often fails and causes this no power issue under extra load. And there's nothing wrong with the particular spec of this diode that fails and causes this no power issue. But it is failing because of a quality control issue during the manufacturing of those diodes. So they don't hold up to the task, and they fail for no good reason. But we'll get all that fixed up and replaced. It won't happen again, since we'll be using a brand new one. As an added bonus, it is slightly stronger, higher rated, and held to higher manufacturing standards. So here's the infamous diode. What have we got on here? Is it 46K or 48K this time around? Those are the two date codes that always fail. There it is, 46K. If you're keeping track at home, you can add a tally next to the 46Ks. There were at least a dozen different date codes of these diodes used throughout the production of the HomePod. So it's not like it's a guarantee that your HomePod has one of these inside and that it's going to fail. But at the same time, I'm sure Apple didn't even keep track of which HomePod got what date code on their diode, right? So if they wanted to issue a recall, it would in theory have to be for every single one of them. And that would be nasty. They aren't going to do that. Oh, and then we got the second gens with their touch issues. What's up with that? There were hopes that 18.2 was going to help maybe fix that even. Unfortunately, the reports are all the same. So, what gives, Apple? There is no out-of-the-box, no worries, purely reliable HomePod that you can buy from them. The best that you can get is buying a broken one or a used one and fixing it and replacing the stuff that does fail. You can't fix the touch issues with the second gens and the minis because they require a whole new touch panel, and there aren't any for sale. With all of the issues the first gen has, at least it's just off-the-shelf parts. Joseph, welcome back. Yeah, we've been streaming in 4K for quite some time, I think. It would have to be at least a year or two now. At the start of it all, I was just using my iPhone 11 as a camera, and that was all we had. And then I found a few other older iPhones I had sitting around and set them up on articulating mounts to provide alternative angles and some semblance of an up-close camera, or like a microscope camera, right? I'm kind of surprised that my overhead camera that I have been using, it's a Sony ZV-E10. It's like some vlogger camera, but it's been holding up to these almost daily repair streams since I got it. Like a champ. My only complaint is during the summertime when it gets really hot in this room. If I don't have a fan blowing on the camera, it will overheat and shut down in like 30 minutes. And I've even disabled the setting that does that earlier than normal. You can't outright turn it off and disable that, but you can tell it to push it just a little harder. Carrie, glad you could make it. Alright, let's flip Jason's upside down, or I guess back right side up now, and make sure that that is now working. So the Gen 1s are better. In my opinion, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for pure sound quality and listening experience, in my opinion, and many others, the first gen is the winner. And we replace the old foam subwoofer gasket here with the solid rubber one, so it reduces, or it results in a much more noticeable and tighter bass response, bringing it right up there with the second gen HomePods bass. And I think that's how they got away with it in the second gen. I don't think it's obviously it's not a different subwoofer. It uses a different amplifier, but they were already doing pretty much as they can power-wise in the first gen. The amp in the second gen is just more efficient. It's not like it's more powerful. It is more powerful, but they're not pumping more power through the subwoofer. But they do use a combination of foam and solid rubber for the subwoofer gasket in the second gen, and I think that's how it has a slightly tighter bass response. And you can notice it when you do the same gasket swap in the first gens here. So subjectively, first gens are going to be a better audio listening experience. But that said, the second gen is going to be what seems to be, if you can look past the touch issues, which is that's really hard to look past. But especially without even knowing what exactly causes it. But second gen will, in theory, have hardware that lasts longer than the first gen. It's also got the newer chipset, so it's going to get software updates for longer. It's going to get newer features. I think the enhanced audio, like the enhanced dialogue, is already one of the first features we're seeing exclusive to second gens. So it's kind of it's a tough toss-up to definitively say like which one is better. It kind of depends, and there's still a little uncertainty in some of their issues. If it is just a firmware issue that people theorize with the touch controller just not being able to compensate somehow for some difference between a working panel and a broken touch panel, because we have been able to confirm at the least, if you have a second gen with touch issues and a second gen with no issues, if you swap just the touch panel around, the issue follows the touch panel. But it's still possible that the firmware for the controller just isn't able to compensate for some kind of difference between the working one and the non-working one. Or maybe it is physically broken. Maybe they are physically breaking. And the ribbon cable that's fused to the touch display is starting to come off. I don't know. But you won't catch me with any second gens anytime soon. I bought a second gen when they launched to be the first one to tear one down on YouTube. And then I bought a second one to see if stereo pair was any better, and they were just underwhelming. When I already had high expectations from the first one, and I had higher expectations for a second gen, and it did not meet them. So I sold them. I sold one of them, and then the other one is currently in pieces as a spare parts test mule for any other second gens people want to send in for us to take a look at. If we go by how many first gens versus how many second gens have been sent in to us for repair, even considering the fact that the second gen's newer, it is out of warranty now for people that first bought one. So I've only had a small handful of second gens, people with second gens reach out to me with issues about that. Still a lot of reports for the touch issues, but only a few people have reached out for other issues like no power, Wi-Fi, or what have you. The kind of random one-off failures you expect with a largely produced product. Yeah, that's correct, Jason. I actually had somebody send a second gen in for touch issues. And I was not able to fix it. Because the one part that I was swapping around between a known good one and a known bad one was that touch panel. Let me see if I have it somewhere. No, I have no idea where my second gen parts went. Shoot. Well, let's see if carry works. Yes. It's alive.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. For more info, check the Home app.
Hey!
I'm having trouble.
How's volume buttons? Perfect. Alright, we'll add that to the pile of pods to test and verify. We'll grab Jason's back over here. And we've got some maintenance to do for this one. Since, let's see, we've got carry all fixed up. Let's take them out of the list. And DC 154, let's go ahead and let them know that they're up next after Jason. Here we go. So theirs has some sort of sound issue. All right. Before we get to DC 154, let's knock out that maintenance to Jason's HomePod here. It took that software restore, so let's crack it open and take care of any of the hardware items that love to fail and go bad. And that should make this one happy, long-lasting HomePod. Robert, welcome, welcome. Welcome back. I ain't stopping. I won't stop till there aren't any more to fix or somebody tells me I legally can't anymore. Or I physically can't anymore. Hell, I'll be fixing these in my grave. People will be dropping off their broken HomePods at my grave and being like, hey, when can I come pick this up? But hey, I wanted to make a name for myself. Now I got it. I hear a kitty. I hear a kitty snooping around. How many can we fix in one sitting? Oh, we are starting way later today than I would have liked, but you can't help it sometimes. Some days it's just one of those days. All right. Oh, somebody had sent in a HomePod a few weeks ago, obviously. Go figure. Surprise, surprise. And they had somehow mixed in a thumbtack had gotten caught in the packing. And well, one of my things is if you include anything in the box with your HomePod, I'm keeping it. Unless it's, obviously, like, really expensive or sentimental or something like that, but random things that people, like, forget. Like, I've had random, 3D printed objects that people, like, not even the actual object that they printed, but, like, the support material and stuff. I love keeping all sorts of weird, random things that people accidentally threw into the box. It's like a tiny little glimpse into their life. But anyways, I got this thumbtack from someone a few weeks ago. And they were like, oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I don't know how that got in there. I'm just glad you didn't hurt yourself. And I'm like, dude, this is perfect. I'm going to stick it right here because my mat has a tendency of sliding sideways, and it'll help it stay in place. It's perfect. And I don't need to buy a whole box of thumbtacks for one or two. We've got this we got this wooden cube that Mayushi had made. Just a quick little fun project they crafted for us. Nothing too special about it, it's just a wooden cube, but it's mine. And it's just the perfect size. It's nice and smooth. They rounded out the corners. They did a good job on that. And we've got our challenge going. Let's see, what else have people sent us? I've gotten popcorn in the mail. People have sent me popcorn. My electric screwdriver, actually. This was a gift from one of our earliest customers. 2.5, 3 years ago at least by now. We were just getting into it. And someone was like, hey, your hands are gonna get sore fast, basically. Have you tried any electric screwdrivers? And I was like, yeah, I tried a few, but they were all pretty crappy. Nothing really worked. They were all either slower than what I do by hand, and or too weak to handle enough screws to make it worthwhile. And they were like, I got one that you might like, and they sent me 2 of them. Excellent screwdriver if you can get one that works the way that it should. My problem with them is they tend to break down over time. The housing underneath the button is plastic and it cracks and it makes the button unusable. And then the torque output seems really inconsistent between two of the same screwdriver. Like out of the 10 or so that I've bought from them by now, only one of them had the torque output that actually made me happy. And I emailed the company. I was like, hey, so the first one of these that I got from you guys was phenomenal. So good, in fact, that after my second one died, I bought a third one and a fourth one. Unfortunately, they all have this problem where they are noticeably weaker than the very first one that I had. And they had no explanation for it. They actually just ended up sending me 3 more. And I was like, I really appreciate it, guys. I'll pay you for them even. But unfortunately, these all have the same problem too. So I'm left to believe that, like, the first one that I got was, like, abnormally better than what they normally are. I don't know. I need to get, like a micro torque meter so I can dyno all of these different mini electric screwdrivers and see which one's the best. And see whether they're even consistent between the same model. Alright, so first up, we're knocking out those filters. Like we were rambling about earlier in the stream, these are ceramic capacitors that naturally decay and go bad over time. Whether they're being used or not, they're gonna go bad. And this results in death farts and a dirty audio signal that will roast the bass speaker. So we're staying ahead of that with some fancy fresh new ones. And then we're gonna flip this around and see. We have a 36K date-coded diode. So that means we can leave that diode alone. It's not going to fail and cause any power issues. I can guarantee it. Those filters, they need to get replaced every once in a while. but the ones that we use should at least last as long, if not twice as long as the originals Apple used. So it's been, what, more than 6 years since these were launched? And Jason's filters were actually still working, so they could have very well gone for another 6 years without problems. But I don't want to risk that. I don't want to do all this work and charge them money for a USB software restore just for it to experience a common hardware issue that we could have prevented down the road. And generally, you don't want to just willy-nilly replace things that are working just fine just because, you know, you've seen it fail in the past. But this is one of those instances where it's a good call, especially when the risk of what happens when they do go bad becomes more expensive than the risk of just replacing them before they do. Because if they go bad and you ignore it, and you're like, oh, why is my HomePod death farting all the time? Oh well, I can still use it for 30 minutes at a time at least. And then you keep doing it, it's going to absolutely roast the bass speaker. And then it's a more expensive repair. More parts. And not just parts that you can buy off the shelf and replace them with. The subwoofer speaker is not attainable new. You have to buy a broken HomePod and pull it apart and hope that it has a good woofer that you can reuse for something else. But that said, I don't see the woofers failing on them on their own. And that's pretty true for most speakers. They don't fail on their own. They're pretty reliable. They usually have to be given a reason to fail, and that's usually an amplifier issue that's the reason. Jason wants a USB adapter. I can absolutely hook you up with one of those. Let me write that down so I don't forget about that. Brand new subwoofer gasket. Did I not put half those amp screws back in? Did I just do that? Can someone fact check me there real quick? I have a feeling we just like talked our heads off and totally skipped half those screws. That's what happens when I talk while I work. If you're ever curious why I get real quiet, it's because I goof up like that. At least it's a quick and easy fix here. We'll just get back in. We don't even need to take it all the way back apart at least. Why would I do this? I must have deviated from my routine to make a mistake like this. What did I do different? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit, that power supply has to come out. Everything has to come back out. Yep. Alright. Let's finish this one. Okay. I'm not taking you back apart. Now let's make sure this still works. And that's gonna be the trickiest one here. Actually, I say that, but DC 154 is probably gonna give us a run for that. Nice, nice, nice. We can pop that onto the test bench. And oh boy, do we have a lot to test there. But we've got DC 154 up here and now. Let's get their name up on the screen and we will let John know that they're up after that. Let's see what this one's doing. And let's also see what, oh, that's right. John was a local drop-off. They had dropped these off at the UPS store. Ooh.
I'm having trouble.
Yep, that is the classic DC offset. This is what happens when as those filters go bad that we were talking about that naturally go bad over time. This is what happens. That subwoofer starts to pop louder and louder until it overheats and self-destructs, along with possibly amp damage as well. So hopefully we didn't get that far yet. Hopefully the subwoofer is still in good shape. It sounded okay, but unless you've got a good working one right next to it to compare and better than perfect human hearing, you won't be able to notice much of a difference in some cases. Ooh, quite dusty. But I don't see a hot spot in the middle of the subwoofer's dust cone, or dust cover. So I'm feeling optimistic about the condition of the woofer. Yeah, I knew that was coming right up. I shouldn't have even had to pry that. I could hear it. Alright, subwoofer says, reuse me. We're good there. Yes. Yeah. It stays. Oh. We are in. Let's get those filters. After, of course, we make sure that we stay hydrated. Okay. These are the filters that went bad or are in process of going bad before they get to the point where they start farting and roasting subwoofer speakers. But we'll get those replaced with fresh brand new ones that should at least outlast the original Apple ones. And then we'll flip this around and see if it needs a new Schottky diode too to keep that power issue from happening. Alright. What do we have? A 52K dated diode. which means it's not going to fail. Ooh, one other casualty though, I did just notice. This is pretty common when that offset gets really bad. Our 10 ohm resistor right next to the subwoofer connector needs to get replaced. That's looking quite toasty. So let's do that. They got really lucky that they had enough offset to roast this resistor, but the subwoofer survived. Let's see here. These are not polarized components, so it doesn't matter how we put it on there. We can do it upside down. We can do it right side up. They don't matter. Same with those capacitors. They are non-polar, meaning they don't have a particular orientation that you need to put them. They work the same in both directions. Okay. Yes, that's hot. No, it doesn't hurt. Okay, we will get this back together, and that should be it. Alright. We won't truly know if this is fixed without resetting it and testing it and what have you, but let's make sure it's at least still working as good as it was.
having trouble connecting to...
Very good.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Well, that popping already sounds significantly improved. There's no way to completely get rid of the popping as it turns on and off, goes in and out of standby/low power mode, but it shouldn't be too loud. When it's really loud, that's a sign of a problem. And that sounds good. Here we go. Let's move on to John. They dropped 2 HomePods off the other day. Let's get their name up there. All right. What have we gotten? No lights, no power. 6 watts from the wall. We've seen it here plenty of times. Here we go. Get all that sticky stuff out of the volume buttons so when we put this back together it's they're not obstructed. Oh, the goal for today's stream is to at least get through like 13 of these so that we can do the other 13 tomorrow and hopefully not too much shows up tomorrow so that we can do what showed up today the day after, along with anything else that shows up in the meantime. And oh boy, this is a lot. Like I thought 14 the other week was a lot, and then it happened again a week later, and then it happened again a week later, but more. I don't know about this, guys. I hope this slows down. I don't know, man. Jeez, that's stuck on there. There we go. If this was my full-time job, and or if I didn't have a wife and a kid, this would probably be, oh, I'd be having a heyday. But right now, I'm just, how can I fix as many as I can without taking too much time from everyone. These are good problems to have as a business, but not great problems to have as somebody that likes and loves their HomePods. on the flip side, like if more than 1 million of these were sold, of course I'm gonna see a few thousand of them to fix with problems. But these things are going on 6 years old. Is this like bathtub curve failure rate that we're experiencing right now? Because my understanding of the bathtub curve failure rate was you see the majority of issues during the early years of production, not halfway through the end of its life cycle. And by that I mean I expect most HomePods without any work to them to last for at least 10 to 15 years. Before something gives up and needs to get worked on. Here we go. First up, let's knock out those filters. They love to go bad and cause death farts. All sorts of base issues. Alright, dead diode time. What's our date code? Take your guesses. It's a 48K over here. There we go, a bigger, better, badder, higher quality diode that won't fail and cause the same problem again. That should make this one happy HomePod. I smell burning hair. Ooh, that's definitely burning hair. There's hair burning somewhere. And it's gone. I know it's not my hair, I don't got none. Alright. Number 1 of 2 for John. It's alive. Sorry about that.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. For more info, check the home app. I'm having trouble.
Alright. Here we go, number 2 for John. No lights, no power, no nothing. 6 watts from the wall. That looks like the usual. Let's see. We're gonna shoot Jeremy a message ahead of time so they've got time to join in. All right. It's too slippery. I can't get it. Yes! I think that's good enough. Yeah. All right. For 8K for those keeping track at home. And time. Was that a record? I was in the flow for that one. I think that was probably one of the fastest runs you can possibly do. I'd have to go back and see how long it actually took us exactly, unless anybody else was keeping time there.
I'm having trouble connecting to
Yes, and it works too. That's always nice. Okay, let's grab Jer. And then let's notify Brett. 167. No. Brett. All right. Let me shoot Brett a message. So they've got time to join in before we start theirs. Copy that link. Paste it. Send. Cool. Okay. Let's get Jer up. I totally forgot to rename that second one to John number 2, but that's no big deal. No one's paying attention. I was testing you all and you all failed. Okay. What do we got here for Jer? No lights, no power. The usual power draw from the wall, so something's happening in there. And that something is something we've seen plenty of times. Let's get it fixed. Ooh, that was close. Ooh, that was real close. Ooh, that was also real close. I'm gonna shut up for a second here so I don't slice my hand off. That happened yesterday. From the same way. Alright. Fart filters first. These naturally age and decay over time. They go bad and they cause death farts and all sorts of base issues. We like to stay ahead of that stuff. And the one thing that I hate the most about fixing HomePods is getting one that I've already worked on back. So we'll do what we can to prevent anything that will instigate that. And now for that dead diode. Any guesses? Any guesses on that date code on there? If you've been paying attention, yep, 46K. If you guessed 48K, I'll give you consolation points. The only reason this diode fails is due to a bad batch of them. There were 2 weeks worth of these diodes that have quality control issues. It's not like the spec isn't appropriate for the task at hand here. They just forgot how to make diodes for 2 weeks, I guess. I'm gonna run out of beer before I can finish all these HomePods. And it still won't turn on. It's actually got no power draw. It spikes for a second when I first plug it in. Is this a logic board issue? Did we get bamboozled? Have I been coaxed into a ruse? I mean, that diode needed to get replaced with the date code it had. If that wasn't the problem, it was going to be soon. Let's see here. Did we just come across an interesting one? A unique no power repair? The plot thickens. Well, back apart you go. At least it's easier to get in the second time, eh? Did we forget to plug something in? No, there's probably something else wrong. It's probably just not the usual dead diode here. I would think I maybe left something unplugged, but that power draw, the way it behaves is pretty clear something is still not working right, as opposed to something not being connected. Maybe I'm wrong. Power supply's connected. No. There is no short. Is it the power supply? Let's try a different power supply here. No. No, I hear something like... I hear something click inside. There's definitely something still up with that amplifier. What is going on? Alright, I guess it's time to break out the thermal camera. Because this one has me stumped. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Ooh! Something popped straight up that time. That's kinda scary. Ah. That would explain why it was making random sounds whenever we plugged it into power. You know, this isn't even the first time I've heard of this. Somebody in my Discord server has literally just come across the same thing about a week or so ago, if I'm not mistaken. There is not the usual diode short, but rather near one of the amps for the tweeters. Here we go. That thing is blown to smithereens. Look at that. Now what causes that? This is the first time I've seen it personally. It doesn't even show up on the camera very well. Well, what can we do about that? I could try replacing that, but I don't know what it is that's actually failed in there. I'm inclined to just put a replacement amplifier in instead. Give us 1 second, folks. We will be right back. Take a quick break. Okay. In the interest of time, we've already spent enough on this one. We will grab a parts pod here and make ourselves some more parts available. I'm going to just replace that whole amplifier board instead of trying to repair that just because we have so many others that are waiting to get fixed. I could spend hours trying to diagnose that one. We will get to it one day. I'll figure it out. I'll pull it back out and we'll see what failed and how to fix it, but for here and now, we gotta get going. Oh. That's why I don't use the electric on the amp screws. Okay. We've gotten ourselves a presumably good amplifier. Let's go ahead and refurbish this really quick. I will go ahead and replace the same parts on this one just in case. All right. If I'm not mistaken, what the other person in my Discord server that saw the same issue ended up doing was removing that amp chip altogether and just rocking the HomePod without that tweeter. But that's not something that I'm going to charge a paying customer for. I want to get them something that's fully functional. And I want to be able to sleep at night without wondering if something else is going to go wrong on that thing. Alright, does this need a new diode? Yes, it does. 46K dated diodes need to go. No, I'm out of beer. I ran out. I'm out. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to fix. I'm not gonna make it. Alright, that should be a good working amplifier for Jer's HomePod here. Let's get this back together one last time and move on. Whoa, okay. Hello, welcome, folks. Where did you all come from? I don't mind the company. But we only usually have a couple of people watching here. Okay. I'll replace this HomePod home before I have to take it apart again. Yes. Yes. Brett's next. Let's see. Here we go. Oh. Okay.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Beautiful. All right. Brett, here we go. After Brett, we've got Sam. All right. All right. Let's see here. No lights, no power. A couple of watts from the wall. Let's dig in. Alex! Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Do you have enough work-life balance? Frankly, man, no. I do not. But we're getting by. We're getting through it. I don't have much of a choice. I guess I could quit, but what would people with all their broken HomePods do? I don't want to quit though. This is pretty, like it normally gets pretty busy during the holiday season. I mean, if we can make a little personal sacrifice now to get all this stuff fixed up and working, I know a work-life balance is super important, but I quite enjoy my work. I enjoy working as long as it's something I enjoy doing, and as long as it's not causing stress for other people. Oof, that's dusty. It's been a minute for you. Anyways, yeah. There just really isn't any time for me to do anything other than work right now, but it doesn't really bother me. What bothers me is if I have too much work and I can't give my wife a break, because we got a kid, so we gotta split up the time that we're taking care of them so that we don't go insane. And well, she usually gets the short end of the stick because I'm the one with 2 jobs and she's the one that generally stays at home and watches the kid and helps out around the house. It's not what she aspires to do. Like, she has her own dreams and goals, and that's I want her to be able to achieve that. And just because we have a kid, and just because I'm the man of the house, I gotta... Nah. If she has a career that she wants to pursue, she has every right to achieve those dreams, just as I did with my HomePods. And it's okay. It's alright if we, if this was all we were doing, but I've got the job during the daytime. I mean, I'm salary, and technically I'm pretty much on call 24/7, so it's got its pros and cons. I can work from home most days. I can spend some idle time working on other things or fixing HomePods. But, point is, I'm a lunatic, and I can't sit idly if there's work that needs to be done. I can't enjoy I can't like sit and relax and watch a movie or play a video game when people have expectations from me that they are currently waiting on. But I signed myself up for this. This is kind of what I wanted. I couldn't fathom being this far behind 2 or 3 years ago, let alone these many showing up in a day. I thought I thought we were hot shit if 5 or more showed up in a day. And then that slowly became the normal, the average, the daily. Like, we'd see 4 or 5 come in. But now it's, oh geez. Okay. Hopefully this one isn't as, eventful as the last one. Let's get those filters replaced. Let's get the diode replaced. These filters are for death farts and all sorts of base issues. They are ceramic capacitors, and their crystalline structure sort of relaxes over time. They age, whether they're being used or not. And they they basically stop doing their job, and that results in further damage. So we're going to do this first. We're going to knock those filters out before we replace that diode causing no power. Excuse me. Wow, I am so sorry for that. There's 2 different Nicks. The kind and polite Nick that uses his manners, and the Nick that is relentless. He'll let you know his presence. And I try to be the polite Nick on stream. But sometimes I forget and I revert to good old relentless Nick. Use your manners. Say please, say thank you, say excuse me. Wash your hands when you use the bathroom. Ooh, that's hot. I'm about to turn my fingers into little smokies. I think that will work. Let's get that dead diode out of here. It is, for those keeping track at home, 46K. All right. Amber, welcome, welcome. Welcome to another live stream repair. You found you work for Apple at a repair shop, or you work at an Apple repair shop, and you found my site. Do you find folks happen to fix these things too, or do you think you just leave them to me? I mean, I welcome. Just because I'm in the U.S. fixing these things doesn't mean no one else can. That is the reason why I started it, but I'm not going to stop if other people start fixing these too. I'm also curious, do you like your job? You guys do good work there? Would you be willing to share your business name and perhaps take some random referrals if people ask me to fix stuff that you guys already fix? I focus on the HomePods. And if someone reaches out to me and they're like, hey, do you fix iPhones or MacBooks or, you know? I do, but I always refer people with stuff like that to shops that already specialize in it. If you got a HomePod, I'll help you out. If you got something else, and there's a specialty shop already out there fixing them, I'll recommend you to them instead. But if you've got something that you can't find anyone to fix, I might be your guy. We've had people send in Xbox Elite controllers for stick drift. We've had Juve portable red light therapy devices. We've had Microsoft Surface tablets. We've had all sorts of stuff. I love to fix what others won't fix. Melrose Mac in Los Angeles. Very nice. Go ahead and check those folks out. And you guys are in California. Very good. That's where most of my HomePod repairs come from, is folks in California. And I get a lot of follow-ups like, I mean, of course I say, let me know if you need anything else fixed after we get their HomePod fixed. And a lot of times people are like, you fix iPhones and you fix iPhones too? And I understand why people would want me to fix their stuff over another shop, because we sit here and we live stream it. But we can live stream these HomePod repairs because we are pretty much fully prepared for anything that happens, and we can fix whatever we encounter. When it comes to other products, we aren't so familiar with them. We don't have spare parts sitting around for them, so it might take a little longer, and it probably wouldn't be a one-sitting fix kind of thing like you see with our HomePods. But I do love the oddball repairs that people reach out to me for. I hope there was somebody with an old Pioneer CD player that stopped working correctly. And I do hope they send it in. Oh, we actually had Lumezin sent in a HomePod a few days ago for repair. We got that fixed up, but they also sent in a BlendJet blender with it that refuses to turn on. And it powers up, but it doesn't, it never actually turns the blender on. Which is It's pretty funny that they reached out to me. They were like, hey, I've got a HomePod and I've got a BlendJet blender. Would you want to look at both of them? And I, of course, said yes. I would love to. We'll be looking at that BlendJet blender here in the next day or so once we're caught up on the repair queue for HomePods. But that BlendJet blender, I am very keen to see if we can fix. I'm hoping it's some sort of easy hardware failure and not some kind of logic issue on the controller chip. Pretty much anything else we can replace and it wouldn't be a problem, be it a capacitor or a resistor or some random IC, but if it's the main IC that controls the functions of everything, that might be an impossible challenge. Or near impossible. Nothing's impossible. If a human made it, a human can fix it. A human can reverse engineer and replicate it. This, that, you know. Do I fix broken hearts? It depends on what broke it. If you need someone to talk to, I can be a shoulder to cry on. But if you need professional therapy, I might not be the guy. I can give you some like man-to-man, heart-to-heart advice, but I can't professionally therapy you. Yes. All right, Brett's fixed. Here we go. It's time for Sam. After Sam, we've got NP132. Let's go ahead and let 132 know that they're coming up, so they've got plenty of time to join in. Let's see. Looks like I texted them. Here we go. $132? Okay. Why? Okay. Does anybody have a reason for this?
I'm having trouble connecting.
Why is it that I can copy any amount of text to my clipboard on my computer, be it a Mac or Windows PC, and I put the computer to sleep, I come back to it a few days later, whatever. But point is, I can paste, and whatever was in my clipboard, even if it was a few days ago, it pastes right back in there. But on my phone can't go more than an hour before it forgets whatever I copied the last time. So, for example, I'm going through and I've got the link to our repair string here copied in my clipboard on my phone. And when the next person's up for repair, I shoot them a text message. I go and I plug in their phone number, and I want to paste the link that I had already copied and pasted to the past 5 people I've texted for the past hour. But for whatever reason, it will completely forget that I had copied that same link just an hour ago. It's like when I turn my phone screen off and it goes to sleep for more than 10 minutes, it forgets what was in my clipboard. I guess the use case, on average, they figured most people wouldn't want to be pasting the same thing after that hour on their mobile device. And on desktop, it's more late. Well, which one is it? Is it the desktop that has lazy programming that doesn't forget the clipboard after some time, or is it the phone that made the intentional design choice to forget what was in my clipboard before or after about an hour or so? Ah. Oh, what a mess. Oh, my wife just pulled into the driveway. She's right there. Give me a second, folks. We will be right back. Okay. Let's carry on with this for a few minutes. If I'm not mistaken, my wife brought dinner home, so we'll probably take a brief break and then come right back to it here. Because I am hungry. Yeah, let me see what's going on here really quick. I'll be right back. Alright, so yes indeed, we've got food here waiting for me to eat, so tell you what folks, it's 6 o'clock Pacific time over here right now. Give us, let's say 6:15. In 15 minutes, we will be back. We will be back, because there's too much to fix for me to sit around and say, oh, we'll fix the rest tomorrow. No, 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 we gotta get this stuff fixed tonight. We will be back. Alright. Dang, I'm a minute late. Oh, that was a good dinner. Tell you what. My wife picked up some Panera on the way home. She knows me. She got that big Asian sesame salad for me. I think Panera has changed up their baguettes recently because previously they were like a rock. Like, some people were down for that. I was not. But their baguettes now are very soft. Uh-oh. All right. Well, that was good. I had the variety of hiccups that you can get rid of. I believe there are 2 types of hiccups that you can get. There are 2 different types of hiccups. The kind of hiccups that you get that are induced from eating or drinking too fast, those are the hiccups that you can get rid of with a lot of the common tricks that you hear around, like holding your breath for 20 seconds, eating a spoonful of peanut butter, what have you. You can get rid of those hiccups pretty easily and quickly. The other kind of hiccups, the ones that seem to just come out of nowhere, those are the ones that you're kind of screwed on. You can't fix those. You just kind of have to wait for them to pass. And no trick will get rid of them. Oh, but I am energized. I am full of calories. I'm ready to go. Close call there. All right. We got a 4.6K on that one. Oh, I'm getting tired. I could actually take a nap right about now. Wake back up at, 2 or 3 hours from now. 8, 9 o'clock at night, and then we, fix another 10 or 20 HomePods, you know? Aaron, welcome back. I hope you and everyone you're acquainted with is doing well during these holidays. Alright. Down you go. Shopping. Shopping for more HomePods, I hope, for the family. Yeah. Oh! I didn't even realize we'd never... Oh. This has not been Brett's. This one's been Sam's the whole time. We already fixed Brett. And I guess we got Sam all fixed up here now too.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. For more, I'm having trouble.
Well, that's why I started doing this. Less confusion. Okay. Sam is put away. We got, let's see. Got a bunch of anonymous ones here. NP132. Let's see who that is. Let's see. Okay. So we already let NP132 know. We need to let... that's the question. Do we keep going or do we fix one more? I've only got the energy really to fix one more of these here. I thought we could get through all of these today, but boy, am I feeling it. No lights, no power, no nothing here. Uh, 107 is up next. Okay. We've got no lights, no power, no nothing other than a couple of watts at the wall. We've seen it here plenty of times. Let's get it fixed. We've only got 4 more, including this one, if we want to consider ourselves relatively caught up here. I think we can get those 4 done here before we go. Let's see what I can do. I sound beat. Oh yeah, you better believe it. What's funny is I'm not even beat from these repairs. I'm just getting into a food coma from dinner, man. I had way more energy before we left for dinner. And now I'm just ready to go to sleep. But No matter how you look at it, this repair queue that we've been trying to dwindle down the past few weeks has been absolutely killer. You found a guy selling a set of 3. Well, if they're selling them for a good price. I'm gonna close my eyes for a few minutes. I just need a quick nap. I am actually doing this with my eyes closed right now. Where is it? Oh, there it is. My eyes are still closed. Alright, that's taking too long. My eyes are back open. What did we mess up? Oh, just a single screw for the subwoofer? Very nice. That was a nice little nap. I actually feel kind of refreshed having my eyes closed for that minute. I would like to try that again sometime. Do a whole HomePod repair with my eyes closed. I got a stripped screw for the power supply, of course. I am not fighting that today. Maybe I am. Screw myself. I'm tempted to cut this power supply out because I'm not about to fight with this. I literally do not have the time to sit here for 40 minutes fucking with a single screw. That's it. I'm making the executive decision. Close your eyes, folks. And I cut myself. Okay. I have fixed my hand. Kinda. Let's see. Yeah, that kinda pissed me off. That really pissed me off. You know, not every repair can be perfect and clean and flawless with no damage. Sometimes especially if you've done so many thousands of these already, you just kind of gotta go ape shit. Okay. Hopefully, we didn't, I mean, I don't mind replacing it, but I can still hope that we can reuse this and we didn't just hulk it to irreparability. Let's see. Let's get our filters first. Alright. And now for that 8K dated diode. Alright. right. This, I think, is going to be the last one that I've got the energy for today. I am falling asleep sitting here. It's not even...
I'm having trouble connecting.
I guess it did just hit 7 o'clock.
I'm having trouble.
All right. But we got NP132 all fixed up. So let's get 107 here, and I think we will call that a one heck of a stream. Let's get the name switched up. We got NP107. No, oh, it turns on. Oh, okay. I had written their... I wrote their issue down wrong. So this one is not no power, rather.
I'm having trouble.
This one has DC offset. This one has those filters that naturally decay over time and go bad. Well, they went bad in this one. It's time for new ones. I can usually tell by how loud it pops when it wakes up and turns back off. How good or bad those filters are based on how loud that pop is. It's not a guaranteed indicator, but it can be a pretty good. Pretty good one nonetheless. Justin, welcome, welcome. Your HomePod has no bass. I can fix it. I can fix anything wrong with HomePods. And if I can't fix it, I've got the parts to fix it. We can fix whatever's wrong with your HomePod. I have a repair request form on my website if you wanted to get your stuff fixed up. Just go to nixfix.com, click on the repair service section, and I've got a link to my repair form there that you can submit, and then I'll follow back up with you and we'll get that thing fixed up right before your very eyes. If you don't want to get it fixed, I also buy broken HomePods. I only offer $60, but I'll email you a shipping label for UPS or USPS. And I'll buy that sucker off of you and happily use it for parts. I'm not particular about the physical condition of a HomePod. I just care about the parts inside. Yeah, we can keep that subwoofer. It looks alright. It smells alright. It got awfully close to needing to be replaced. Alright, first up, those filters that caused all this. Fiddlesticks. Oof. The last one would be the one that puts up the biggest fight. Ah! Yes. Yes. Our 10 ohm resistor looks really bad. That needs to get replaced. last but not least, of course there is a 48K dated diode on this board waiting to fail and cause no power. There it is. Folks, that's all that I've got the energy for here and now. I'm honestly falling asleep while I'm working on these. And I do not want to make any more mistakes. So we will save the rest of these for tomorrow and the day after. At the very least, we've got this stuff fixed. Talk to me. What's the weather? What's the... Oh, she's still thinking about it. This one wanted reset and updating, so if it needs it, it's getting it. Alright. Folks, that is all for here and now. I hope you all enjoyed this live stream repair, and I'm gonna go to bed. I'll catch you in the next one. Goodbye.